All right, well, it's time for snow plowing season, and tonight we are expected to get somewhere between 8 to 12 inches, and the daughter and I are getting ready. Yeah, it's a little weird getting ready driving around the yard in a truck, but it works. Let's go back over here. So what do we have to do? We have to get some rock salt in the trucks. I get bags because I have a walk behind spreader. So we're going to be putting a half a pallet or so in the back of the truck. Then we have to put the concrete counterbalance weights in each truck, and we have to put the plows on the trucks. But actually this year I am going to be bringing the bobcat to one of the parking lots with the bucket as well, so that's going to go into the trailer and get delivered there, and yeah, all that good stuff. So I don't know how much video I'm going to get. I'm going to try and get some stuff so you guys can just watch, have fun. See ya. Okay. Now we get to see you try and move them.
You're funny.
Shut up. Don't left tip it and roll. Don't tip it sideways, just tip it on its edge. Like this one. Don't go all the way. Put them on the tailgate. Like that.
Should I move this one?
Yeah. This was just touching the truck. That's how much we sagged the truck. Okay. You got a position. You weren't focusing. All these eyelets have to go that way. You have them all different ways. Because that's how the strap goes in, so they don't go flying. I'm going to back this up. You're going to close the tailgate, and then you're going to start letting them in this corner tight. You know what I mean? Okay?
And they fit? This one will fit?
It should. Small, big, small, small, big. Not 6 foot. 5 foot. 80, 160, 240, 340, 440.
Do we need this one?
With that much salt in, I'm going to salt it.
Can we get one?
Onto here. Hold your fingers in here. No, where's my fingers? Right there. You have more of his space. Good. Now give it a nice solid heave-ho right off. That wasn't a solid heave-ho. You barely missed the bumper. Start listening. That was a, oh.
So like really hard?
Yeah, like get it away from the truck. It came down and went, and now it smashed that bumper.
I'd have to pay for it.
When you don't listen. Accidents happen, but when you don't listen.
That's not an accident.
Nope. Okay, get a ratchet strap out of the truck. All right, well, we're losing daylight. Well, we lost daylight fast. So let's get these plows hooked up and let's get on the way. All right.
Want me to push it with my legs while you pull in?
No, there's a bank over here. I'll end up pushing into.
Okay.
It's probably just because it's on all the soft leaves.
Okay.
Like so. All right, well that's it until snow comes, other than maybe taking some trash out of the cabs of the trucks. But so this truck is a 2016. I introduced it last winter season, but we didn't actually get any snow last year. So I mean, we got a 2-inch or 3-inch storm or something, but that's it. It is running the old 8.5 foot poly Western V plow that I had on the 2015. I've been loving this plow. It's been awesome. When I bought this truck, I did a little weird thing. Even though I bought it without a plow, I put a new plow on it, and I got a 9.5 foot stainless steel V plow of this version installed on this truck, but used it for a different truck and put the 8.5 on this one. Now, this is just a regular cab. Came out of Ohio, so there's absolutely no rust on the thing, which is awesome. It's getting dark back here, but we are running the pallet of salt in here, the walk behind salt spreader, and our counterbalance weights. The reason I do the walk behind salt spreader is I don't do a very lot of salting, so I like to be able to buy a pallet or two, or this year I bought 3, and I can return the bags that I don't use. I don't really anticipate actually using 3 pallets anymore this year, so if I bought it by the yard or whatnot and I had it delivered or picked up in my dump trailer, I can't return it. Then I have to sit on it. Hey, look, you can see the salt back there a little better. All right, so that's this truck. This truck over here, I got rid of my 2005 2500, and I got rid of my 2015 2500, and I ended up buying this truck. And this is where the 9.5 foot stainless steel V plow is actually going to be running. This is a 2024 Chevy High Country 2500 diesel, and you can't really see it with the light, but it's a full crew cab, 6.5 foot bed, all the bells and whistles. I've had it for about 5 months and I already put around 11,000 miles on it, and I love the thing. And I can't wait to start pushing some snow with it. So this thing's going to be, I'm sure, an absolute beast, especially with a 9.5 foot blade. Don't run anything in the bed of this truck other than just the counterbalance weights and a couple shovels. That's all. Maybe in the future, maybe down the road, I might get a truck bed sander or salter, but I really don't have that much interest in it. Yeah, I hope we get some nice action shots of this storm coming. Like I said, they were claiming it was going to be 8 to 12 inches. At one point they said 10 to 15 inches. They don't really know what they're doing, because they already backpedaled back down to 5 to 8 inches at one point. So I haven't checked in about 12 hours of what they're saying, but hopefully we get something and I get some good action shots.
Oops. Oops.
She's learning. She's learning. So what you would normally do, you would drive up along, follow my finger, go down into the ditch, and then back up.
That makes
You're
sense.
stopping way too short, just like you did over here. You're stopping too short where you can't make the turn. Right here, you stopped with the tailgate, I don't know, somewhere around like right here. You can't make the turn to go this way. So you gotta go past more and then back up to it. Or you could do an alternative of you come along here, you stop where the tailgate was, I should say, and then you go parallel with this. You got to commit to one or the other. All right, so a little update. As you can see, I bought a stainless steel truck bed sander. I already covered it up. I got a load of salt in it right now, and I covered it up because it's kind of drizzling and it's supposed to freeze over tonight. But this is a Western 1.5 yard Marauder stainless steel sander. I hope it serves me well. I've never used one before at all, so I have no idea what I'm doing. Hopefully it's easy. Like I said, I already loaded it up. It's got 1 ton exactly in it, and the truck doesn't even notice it, which is perfect. This storm, I shouldn't say storm, but this event, I won't need the plow at all, so I'm not going to even put the plow on. I'm a little nervous. I've never used one of these sanders. I hope it's not a waste of investment. I mean, everyone has them, so I would imagine it's not a waste of investment as long as I get good function out of it and treat it right. But it's going to be a learning curve. Hopefully I'll get some shots of that, because you guys are gonna watch me probably fail on how to do this a couple times. I got a crash course from the guys that installed it for me. They showed me how to operate it and everything. It's just I'm gonna have to get used to what settings to use, and like this down here, I guess this adjusts different settings and whatnot that it can be at. That plate, I don't know. I'm gonna have to get used to it. But yeah. So I decided to go with this because I am doing more salting. The walk behind spreader was working fine. I mean, it was what it was. It was working fine. But the salt for that, I was buying bags. I got rid of the pallets, but I was buying bags of salt. And for 1 ton of salt, it was roughly about $400 for the bags, where I just got 1 ton of salt for this and it was $112. So it's nearly a quarter the price for the bulk, and then just the timing. So I did one snowstorm, that 15-inch snowstorm that's earlier in this video. I was out plowing for 25.5 hours straight. Now that was plowing, but there's also times, many hours in that, where I had to walk around with the salt spreader and get that going. So I'm hoping to cut down on that. So yeah, let's see. So last snowstorm, I plowed with this truck, and I realized that it didn't really scrape up all that well when it was V'd and when it was scooped. And I think the reason is I need to readjust this centering pivot bar, because now the truck is going to sit different with the salter in back. So if you can see, right now it's V'd and the wings are off the ground and the center is touching and then off the ground again. So let me go put it in a scoop and I'll show you what it looks like that. All right, here is the scoop, and now the ends are touching and then come to the center, and that's off the ground. That's actually not as much as I was expecting, but still it's somehow leaving quite a bit, it seems like, because I use the scoop a lot. I don't necessarily use the V a lot. But yeah, so let's get this adjusted and see what it does. All right, well, these GoPros suck. I wish I stayed with my old GoPro. So I unbolted that bolt over here, or over there I should say, and then I unbolted one bolt right here. Instead of going the alternative route, I was originally down in here, there's that pin down there. I was originally gonna take that pin out and adjust this plate and that plate down one slot, but that's like a 2-inch increment, and I feel like if I adjust it there, then I'll decrease this angle where it actually goes downward too much. So here is another adjustment point between this one and all these holes that can decrease this in different increments. So I'm going to adjust it here. The downfall is the back side of this, there's a nut just like this carriage bolt, but I can't get that thing off. I've tried with the breaker bar, I tried with the impact, and it don't want to go. So I got these off. I'm going to try and pry this frame down so I can get a bolt into this hole right through there. So let's get a pry bar or something to try and attempt that. Well, that moved it a lot, but it also just sprung back. Oh, I didn't take this one out. Maybe I thought that. Nothing's easy. Nothing's ever easy. I don't know, it's almost like there's weight on it. But that's super tight. See, it was here before, and it's getting there, but I need more. Right? Yeah, that doesn't fit yet. But the other side, the pin I'm using, right there, is already maxed out, so I gotta figure something else out. I don't know. Maybe I can get one of my clamps on here and on here. I'm gonna try that. And GoPro Brady is dead. Problem is it's sticking down on bottom also. How can I clamp it? It's just gonna slide like that. Get it on the corner. Maybe if I clamp right here and have a board across, it'll bridge it and pry it down. Let me get a board. With the angle, it's just knocking the clamp off. This really sucks not being able to loosen that. I don't have anything strong enough. Might be helping, might not. Might also just be extremely dangerous. Like that. If I lift the plow, it hits that. It's there. Doesn't go the right direction. I don't know, man. Alright, well, I just took the pin out of that and that slid in real easy over here. Let's see if it tightens down and straightens out. All the ugga-duggas. Yeah. That carriage pole straightened out in there. And then looking across there, it's, well, let's get down in line. That's a lot straighter because before it was angled. That side should still show some of the angle. Oh, that sucked this hole down also. That helped a lot. So you can still see a little bit of the angle, but once I get that bolt in, that should be a lot better. And I hope that's it. Should be. Let's see. Will it just slide in? Yep, it just slid in. Come on. All the ugga-duggas. I don't know who I'm stealing that from, but I love it. Now, I can already see down in there, much less light coming through. And we're a touch up right there, but I don't know if that's just the driveway. Comes across, this is all tight, short of where that's bent. I think I hit something with that. As you can see, it bent out right here. But right here's tight. It opens up again right here, but I think that's the driveway because it's tight again here and just a hair open right there. Let's lift it up and put it down and move it all around. Let's see how it goes. If I put you guys right there, are we able to see everything? I think. That's still all good. Let's go V. And that's a heck of a lot better. That's not perfect. The V's not perfect. So over here is fairly consistent, about an 1/8 inch off the ground, all the way across, even across here. Right here's touching, right here's touching, and then it opens up here. But like I said, I don't use V a lot, so I don't know if that's just wear or the driveway. Oh, let's pick it up and drop it a couple times. Yeah, it's the same pattern. think a lot of it's got to do with the driveway, because right here is open, right here is tight, and everything else is tight. Let's go alternator. Yeah, right here's still open. And over there is tight, so it's got to be the driveway. I did just notice that. This has got more play than normal. And the center pin. I might need a new center pin soon. That's alright. Alright, I'm going to call that good for this plow. I want to try and take the hitch off this truck. Got to go through some keys and figure that out. This is slush. It's like, I don't know, bare in some spots, half-inch thick in other spots. So we'll scrape away some of it so the salt doesn't have to work so hard. And then we're going to go around and spread some salt. Basically, I'm just going to scrape away the main aisles, or the main loop, I should actually say. Sometimes slush is very fun to plow. All right, we are ready for the next snowstorm. Tonight into tomorrow, we are supposed to get, I think it was 5 to 8 inches total, but there's a possibility of it downscaling to 3 to 5 inches. But it should be more snow than we've been getting per storm. I don't know if I've gone over this yet or not. So 3 years ago I got this truck. I went over that, but year and a half going on 2 years ago I got this truck. Ooh, slippery. Driveway's ice. I making a video of that. But year and a half, 2 years ago I got this truck, and yeah, I no longer have the silver truck, so just running the Salter. This is the second season with the Salter, and I think I've got a hang of it for the most part. Other than there's still times it can hold 1.5 yards, so a little over 1.5 tons of salt. It's actually dirty right now, but I just used it yesterday. The settings on the control, let's go in the controls. I'm not going to turn the truck on right now, but we're going to at least go in the controls. The settings, or the controls, are right here. And can I get the camera to focus a little better? So this is the width of the salt spreader, so the fan blade or the spinner. That's fine, that's easily adjustable. It has all these increments on here. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1 through 8, and then this is the flow rate of the chain that feeds the salt out, and this is 1 through 8 as well. So that's more of my learning curve. I nearly always have it at 3, which is the third to lowest setting, and there's times where I'll spread 1.5 tons of salt in less than an acre at that 3 setting. But then there's also times where that 3 setting will last me all of my parking lots. And I open the window, I crack the window all the time, and I turn the radio off when I'm spreading salt, because I want to be able to hear it, because there's times where I feel like it might be clogged or whatnot from like a big chunk down in there. Like if there's a big chunk down in here stuck, I feel like that slows it down. But there's also times where, like I said, 3 is spreading it out so fast. Now imagine it up at level 8 or setting 8. It's just gonna go through all of it. So yeah, still a learning curve. I guess it's gonna be a learning curve for a while. Let's see. It should be fairly empty. Yeah, it's empty right now. After this snowstorm, that'll all get hosed out. It's just I used it yesterday, so there's no point in hosing it out yesterday to just use it again tonight. All right, hopefully I'll get some more footage. I have GoPro mount right there on that plow. That's going to be where my employee is driving. I'm going to get a GoPro mount on here for this plow, and hopefully I'll get some more shots, like action shots in the cab or whatnot. The change between this truck and even that truck is you can't see the plow in this truck. Like, let's go in here. Oop, no. Let's go in here. Like, looking out at the windshield, you're at the very top of the windshield right here. You can't even see the plow. I know there's the raindrops and whatnot, or the melting snowdrops, but all you can see is a little marker there, little marker there. You can't even see the lights. So in the cab shots, might not be so good, but I have got a couple shots hanging my arm out the window and having the windrow come off. That's pretty cool, having to blow the snow 20 feet out. But yeah, I like the mount on there. I'll see if I can figure out anything else. All right, let's get to plowing. It's all snowing. I don't know if it's coming up on camera or not. Yeah, you can see some. Alright, see you later.
as you can see, this storage facility is pretty complex for not being a massive area. There's just a lot to it because there's not a lot of places to store the snow, and not a lot of places to push the snow. So let's get turned around. We gotta get back to the other side. Right now I say I probably have about 1/3 of it done. I have this main aisle that we're in done. I have the center aisle over here that I'm backing into. You guys can't see. I have that done. But I don't have the back. I don't have the other long aisle that's horizontal to this, or parallel to this, I mean. And I don't have the front at all. And this is the easiest aisle right here. The other parking lot I recorded already is not done. I ended up having to stop there because I plowed everything to get ready to start doing the bobcat work, and bobcat work can't be done because the bobcat doesn't want to lift. So it's opened up enough where people can get in and out. It's accessible, but it is not complete. Once I'm done with this stuff and the other parking lots that I do, we're going to go back down to there. That's the biggest parking lot and the most complex and obstructions of it. So we'll go back down there, see if we can figure out what's up with the bobcat. It can drive, it can tilt, but it's not lifting. And it's actually intermediate because when I first started, it started working, and then it stopped working, and then I restarted the machine and it started working again, and it stopped working again. And that's when I kind of gave up on it. I wanted to get some of this other stuff done. So yeah. Ultimately, I'm still going to end up going around to all of the parking lots again today. Cleaning them up, making them all look nice. Salting. We have rain and freezing rain the whole rest of the day, so definitely gonna need salt. This area, or this whole facility, would be so much easier if it didn't have the fencing so close and the guardrail so close. When they designed this in the building process, they did not account for any type of snow removal. Which is actually very unfortunate because this whole facility is built in an area with snow. It gets snow quite regularly, snow. The engineer or the designer or even the town should have insisted on a snow removal plan. politics and stuff that is above my pay grade. I think it's above my pay grade, or everyone thinks it's above my pay grade, or whatever, but when it comes down to it, some of these people with fancy degrees think they know better, but don't have the common sense to account for some stuff like this. So, I don't know. This is I don't know, at 2 in the morning I measured it was about 4.5 to 5 inches. With the snow that we continued to get and sleet and freezing rain we continued to get, I want to say it's probably around a 6.5 to 7 inch snowstorm. I'm going to take a measurement in an area that's nice and flat. Try and get a more accurate measurement. So you may have seen already in the video that I have Vinny going around with the snowblower. What I'm doing is trying to get the bulk of the snow away from the doors, and then Vinny will take the snowblower, go along the doors as close as that'll go, snowblow it into the center, and then I'll follow behind him and clean all that up. Because even though the plow is angled all the way to the left right now, and I already cleared most of the snow that I could get in the center, there's still spillage. Always spillage. So that was how we came about trying to get these as nice and neat as possible for the renters of the storage units. This is the only view I can get inside. You're clipped to the passenger side grab handlebar. And I'm a little bit of a flex mount. But the camera kept freezing up outside. It's not even that cold. It's like 30 or 31 degrees out. But the camera kept shutting off because it kept freezing. Oh yeah, the view on top. I didn't get the mount on the plow. I tried putting it on, but it was too cold out. The metal didn't want to accept the double stick tape of the mount, and it just kept popping off. And I really don't want to pop a camera off and lose it underneath the truck or in a snowbank. So didn't do that. But I have a magnet. I actually put the magnet on top of the truck. I kind of like the view. What do you guys like the view? Let me know what you think. I thought it was pretty nifty. Probably not the first person to do it, but I've never seen it before. I would have nowhere to put any of this snow. Happy the owner decided to, or accepted to, for me to do that. This is almost at the point where Vinny can come snow blow this side. Well, actually, after this pass right here, we'll be ready for that. Alright, well, let me find him. Alright, he is headed over with the snowblower. He was shoveling out the gates. See, in here you can't really see a whole lot, other than like when I'm pushing up the snowbank and the plows up. These new trucks are so tall. Now, this is a huge plow. At the wing it stands like, I don't want to say it. I don't know. I think it's like 3 foot. A little over 3 foot. Could be wrong. 9.5 foot wide. Flared wings. I mean, I love the plow. It's awesome. Ever since I went to these flared wing V plows, MVPs from Western. Sorry. Yeah, ever since I went to these plows, oh, I'm never going back to standard straight blade. I do want to try one of those extending, 8 foot to 10 foot extending with a scoop. I'm going to try one. I don't know how much benefit it'll have, because I don't care about driving, like I drive around with this plow all the time. It's 9.5 foot wide. Who cares about driving around and needing to shrink it? But how it extends to 10 foot, and then the last foot on each side actually scoops in. So instead of a V, you have a 10 foot wide with an 8 foot scoop, call it. That might carry very well. Fortunately, I don't know anyone that has it. recording, and basically anytime I've ever plowed, I find myself not even listening to the radio. Because when you're in a truck for 8, 10, 12, whatever hours it is, they just play the same stuff over and over. I'm gonna make this turn. Yes. Trying to drive out in front? Go ahead, get that one. Our system's not perfect, but it's kind of the best we can do. This gate is pressure sensitive. I want to see if I can just build up a snowbank right in front of it to hold it open. That's it. Because I moved too far forward or the snowbank. Because I moved too far forward, because now there's a bigger snowbank over there and it's closed. Sorry. All I need to do is pull up to it. something I've thought of since I've been plowing and driving and all that. Everyone that plows has a innate capability of maneuvering a vehicle much better than your standard person. So we get ourselves into some tight spots. Or at least I do.
I hope it comes up on video, the snap, crackle, and popping of the salt and ice. That is going crazy. Alright, it is the end of the season for snow removal, so it's time to take the sander out of the truck, or salter out of the truck. Still got the plow on this truck. I'm gonna take that off, and I got the plow over here. I'm gonna get both the plows on pallets. I'm gonna get the salter greased, dielectric grease in the plugs, grease on all the greasable zerks, get it unstrapped, get the hopper, or not the hopper, the spreader into the hopper, and then get it off the truck so I can get that over to storage as well. And yeah, that'll be the end of the season for snow removal. Pretty good year this year.
a little excessive on here, because what I do is now push it back in to get the grease all the way in and spread out. Now it's on all the surfaces, and go figure, it falls in the mud. Gotta get a rag. Okay, that's a heck of a lot better. Now I'm just gonna do a little more to top it off for summer storage. And then that's got a cap. And then over here, do the same, because a tube of dielectric grease is a lot cheaper than replacing even one of these plugs. And this grease goes a long way. This tube's probably 15 years old, and I use it on everything every year. Let's get that cap on. There. It's so old that the cap is actually broken on it, but it still works. You thread the base on, and this like sticks to it. Was sticking to it. There, like that. All right. So this spreader needs to come off. I already took one pin off just to swing it so I could get in there. Now I gotta take the other. Let's just swing that back over there to hold it. Now it's free. And it is not light. All right, now it is ready to get picked up with the bobcat and pulled out. So what I do with that is I get the forks on the bobcat, lift up on this right here, get a 6x6 underneath those 2x4s in the center going this way, prop this end up, then get the forks up underneath both sides, and then I can hold this and hopefully catch something over there. And if I have to do the same down there, I end up doing the same down there. Yeah, let's set it up.
All right, well, it is winter and I need to do a little maintenance on this plow. I have not been able to do, or I have not actually been keeping up on the videos of my snow plowing too much. So this video that you're currently seeing might actually be 2, maybe even 3 winters worth of videos put together. But hopefully I'm gonna get some more video. We have a storm coming this weekend. Supposed to get 12 inches, 18 inches. That should be good to record and whatnot. But yeah, I need to change the cutting edge on this plow. It is quite low, but let's hold the actual length of what it's supposed to be. Right there, getting really close to the bolts. And then if you look at the side, where is it? Right there. That is starting to touch the main frame, and that's when you want to change it out. All right, so I'm just gonna set you guys up on time lapse. All it is just unbolting some stuff, putting some new bolts in. If it gets exciting on anything, then maybe I'll do something else or show you. Okay, so now we can really see the difference in how wore down the old edge is. Let's just stack that right on top of there. See that? It's got 3 inches. Let me grab a tape measure. Yeah, 3 inches worn off of a total of 6 inches. So there's 3 inches left. But can't go much more here because you'll wear out your holes, and when you wear out your holes in the cutting edge, you wear out your mounting holes on there, and that's no good. So now what I have to do, because I did wear it down a little. Oh, actually, hey, there's not. I thought I hit it. Oh, okay, just the very tips. I have to touch up because there's a little burr right here that I don't want to have the edge sticking away. So I want to grind this just a little burr off there and check the other spots, maybe in the center. Yep, where water's collecting there. Grind the burr off. Then I got to clean the face off and bolt these back on. That's all that takes. I just got to back the truck up, pull the hose out, hose it off, and get back to it. All right, well, these GoPros are pissing me off. They stop recording, don't record, whatever. But I had the adjustable wrench on here because the cutting edge was not fully closed. It had some gravel in that joint that is now tight. So what I did is just had the adjustable wrench on there. I stood on it, used an air hose and the brush to get the dirt out of there. That has a very lot of tension on it. Never stick your fingers behind it, or in it, I mean. There is these monster springs that hold that tight. And when that trips, that's called the trip edge. When that trips, it'll slam the plow all the way up 4 feet in the air. So it's got a lot of pressure. But yeah, so I got that. Now it's just, I'm gonna put you back on time lapse. I'm gonna get these cutting edges bolted on and we'll be good to go. All right, almost back to go. Little change of plans. So the cutting edge comes with new hardware. So you get new 5/8 hardened carriage bolts and nuts. But the nuts they gave me this time are non-locking. And my old nuts are nylon locking. I'm not gonna reuse the bolt. It's down in this area, it's all rusty and everything. And it's already pre-stretched and whatnot. But I'm gonna reuse the lock nuts. Yes, the tooth or the thread is cut into the nylon already, but it should help better than nothing. And I really don't want to be losing a cutting edge or bolts going down the road or plowing a lot. So I'm gonna reuse the old nuts and the new bolts. Okay, so now the next step, I got the cutting edge on, but the next step is I have to change the angle, the geometry of the A-frame, because with the cutting edge now being taller, the A-frame had been adjusted at some point to accept the lower edge. So with the cutting edge being taller, it hits over there, but it's wide open right here. So that's not going to be any good. And what fixes that is two different scenarios. There's two bolts right here that allow this arm and this arm to pivot separately from each other. Those are for fine adjustments. And then inside of here, can I get my finger down here? Where is my finger? Right there. There is, right below my finger, there's 3 holes that have a pin in it, in one of the holes. So those 3 holes are for different settings that you can lift and lower the back of the A-frame, whereas this angles the center pivot of the A-frame. So I gotta figure out what I want to do. I need to get the truck actually on a better level surface. So what I'm ultimately gonna probably do is clear out more of the garage and try and get it in here, because the garage floor is the flattest floor that I have. The driveway is not flat at all. Alright, well, we have a potentially 18 to 20 inch snowstorm right now. Currently plowing about 8, maybe 10 inches.
I tried putting a mount onto the plow, but of course I forgot to get it on the plow while it was warm out, so the mount does not want to stick to the plow at all. So right now, just getting some in-cap stuff. Can't even put on top of the truck. I really did like that angle, but that GoPro, magnetic GoPro mount that I have, I lose it everywhere. I just gotta buy like 5 of them. But this isn't bad. You get to see how big the pile is getting. Definitely will be good to bring the GoPro into the Bobcat with the snow pusher. That'll be cool. That snow pusher is big. I wonder how it's going to do with this much snow. Alright, I'm not really cleaning everything perfect right now. I am just getting it so kind of like the bulk of it is out of the way. That way later on when I come around, when the storm is closer to end, I can pick up more as well. And then when the storm is finally done, I'll go around and actually clean up really good. So I'll be going around the whole route 3 times. But this is some very, very light, powdery snow. Easy to push. It just spills over everywhere. Like this push right here would have been really cool to get with the GoPro on the mount, or on the plow, but I didn't. So what I do with these is I try and get the bulk of the center out, because no matter what I do, it's going to spill over onto the doors on both sides. So I try and get the bulk of the center out, and then I'll use my angle to go closer to the buildings to angle it towards the center of the aisle again, and just keep chipping away at it that way. If I were to go right against the building right now, it would spill out so much that I wouldn't even be able to pull it back out with the plow. We do actually have a snow blower at this site, so when it comes time to actually do it, like the final cleanup here, we'll take the snow blower, go across all the buildings, blow it into the center of the aisle, and then we'll plow out the center. Yeah, that's how powdery it is. It's blowing right up onto the windshield. I'm thinking after this snowstorm, I'm going to have to get a Bobcat on this site and move some of the snow piles. They didn't design this lot to accommodate for snow when they built it. Yeah, this storm is supposed to drop 2 inches an hour snowfall rate for like 6 hours. So it's a good decent storm. First decent storm we've had in a while. Clear out the center more here. Once I get to the edges, I'll record a little bit of that. Alright, I have enough of the center cleared out for now. Now I'm going to take 1 or 2 passes along the right side building, First pass, I'll do like a foot in from the bank, so only take about a foot of the bank. That'll pull out a lot of the material to the center of the aisle. And then I'll go back and do another pass, probably about 3-4 inches away from the building. Enough so I'm not hitting the building, but getting as much snow away as possible. And right now I'm just entered fully to the left, angled fully to the left, just to get the snow away from the building, push it down the center of the aisle again. So if you look at my plow marker over on the right, it's probably 4 inches away from the building. Someone that's inexperienced, I don't suggest doing this because it can pull you into the building. But this is very light snow, so it's less likely. Center again, and then I'll do the same thing for the left building. Try not to take too many or too big of scoops, otherwise you just end up cascading back into where you just cleared out, like I just did a little. Really light powdery snow is easy to push and everything, but it has its own little complications to it where it goes everywhere. Yeah, I overflowed a little on the right. Let's clean some of that up. Kind of only really going to record this one aisle in this location. There's a lot of rinse repeat. I'll record again in the Bobcat with that new snow pusher. I really want to see how that does in this storm. I think I'm going to like it a lot. Alright, next clip will be that. Alright, we are in the new Bobcat, and I haven't even made a single push yet, just getting it all set up. Let's see how this does. That is a lot of snow.
Well, the Bobcat just started smoking, and I don't know why, and I don't have the time to figure it out right now, so I'm back in the truck. The truck can do this parking lot fine, it's just the Bobcat is quicker. It's really aggravating that this new Bobcat, every time I turn around, is leaking some hydraulic oil or something. I'm really deterred away from the Bobcat brand. The only reason I got it is because it was a good deal at the auction, and my current Bobcat is a Bobcat. But I'm never going with Bobcat again. I've never seen any machine have as many leaks as these Bobcats have. Both my Bobcat machines constantly hydraulic leaks. The old one I get a little. It's old. It's 25 years old. This one's 5 years old. 5 years. 560 hours on it. It shouldn't be leaking every time I turn around. So yeah, it's pissing me off. Makes me want to get rid of it right away. Like, gone. Not deal with it anymore. But yeah. So back to this. I got to clean the majority of it up. One of the companies here is going to be opening up shortly, and I want to try and get the majority of this cleared up before their clientele get here. That's why I don't have the time to mess with Bobcat. All right, well, the battery ran out pretty dang close to the end right there, but you got the time lapse of me moving this monstrous pile that went from that boat right there all the way down to the corner, right about there, actually past the corner technically. So I'm not worried about getting it clean right now. I still have 2 more piles to move around, one of which is going to be going here. So I got to move that pile back here, and then I'll clean this all up. But maybe this will give you a reference of how big it actually is. You guys missed me moving that piece. That was huge. That had the bobcat up on 2 wheels. Let's see. This is a detention pond. From that edge to there to the top is probably about 30 feet, guessing. So I'm on the edge over here, and the bobcat can lift up 10 or 11 feet, I think it is. And I'm pushing over and just cascading and cascading. The dam, or the pond edge actually is all the way back here by my wheel tracks over here. So everything's over the edge. But yeah, it's a huge pile, and I'm just adding to it. I pushed back that quite far. It's sitting on top of the dam and also cascading over there as well. But I have, oh, actually I have 3 more piles I have to take care of, but I need to get fuel first, and I'll set up a time lapse again. Well, it's got dark out and the GoPro battery died yet again, but I have my little island mountain of snow. I made a path all the way through the back following the fence. You can't even see back here, it's dark. Yep, made a path all the way through, really just so I can, let's get back in the light, so I can get as much snow over the fence as possible. So over there I can still fit more, but I need to make the fence accessible to be able to get to it. Whatever I can't fit over the fence, I'm gonna have to bring across the parking lot or across the facility to that big pile I moved earlier. And then I still have other piles to move, like that pile's smaller. Over on the other side of the fence there's one, but in between this building and the back building there's another big one that has to go away because that's in the traveling path. But I don't know how much more I'm actually going to be able to get recording because batteries are dying and it's getting dark out, so you're not really going to be able to see too much. All right. Well, I got the other section done. I'll go back and get a little video of that so you can see what it looks like after. But now this is the last pile. This is the last most important pile, I guess you could say. That has to get moved. This is blocking the access to the center aisle right here. So I'm going to remove this and put it over by that detention pond area. And I'll probably end up moving some other snow stuff as well after this gets done, depending on what time I have. Alright, I'm going to try a time lapse in here, but it might look a little nauseating. We'll see.
I guess I wasn't recording, but I got all the stuff out of that center aisle pushed over to this end aisle into a pile. Now I'm just moving that pile with the truck into the area that I cleared out. So, not really all that exciting, just moving piles. I'll do an update when I get all this done.